ليه؟ مرحبا. وينو؟ سي وينو من الوسر؟ صباح الخير، مرحبا بكم. صباح الخير، مرحبا بكم. On peut commencer?
هكا منظر عادة ما نحكي لكش.
باش نبداو. Parfait. On peut commencer.
Shall we start? Okay, so we can start. So there is enough room for everyone.
شنو كل Parfait.
Okay, so we can start right now. Good morning, everyone. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So you're welcome. So we are very happy to have you among us. And this is confirming and showing that you are attached to the regional development question, and this is one of the points that we are sharing together, so in order to promote the regions and also to support investment in the regions. So Tunisia engaged, so the reflection of the plan 2025 and since February 22, and through a deep diagnostic for that different regions made. So the work in launch in three directions. So the first one, it's starting from the regional specificities and how to evaluate, so to have the value chain and to have the opportunity of investment in the region. So the second question and the second axis or the second direction, it's to focus on the development plan, the regional development plan and the investment. So the works, they are ahead. For the plan, so 23-25 plan, and so they are ahead right now. And my colleagues from different regions, and the general manager of the Office of South Development, ONCO, they compiled all these works and the main results. So they will be presented today, and we are welcoming the Minister of Equipment and Housing and the Minister of Economy and Investment. So without any delay, so our agenda will be articulated around two presentations. Afterwards, so we will give the floor to the floor. So I'm calling Mr. Abdel Sattar Rabhi, the General Manager of the Office of Northwest Development. so to go for his presentation, and I'm asking him to respect so to due time. And thank you very much. And thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bilgesim. So I'm going to try to present the region of the northwest of Tunisia. So a general presentation, and we go through the potentiality of the assets and the opportunity that we will talk about the supporting branches that we have in these regions, and we give you information regarding the existing structuring projects already in so our region is in the extreme northwest and is covering the fourth governors of Jendouba, Beja, Saliana, and Kefa, and it has a surface of 16,500 square kilometer. So it's we have a population of 1,200,000 inhabitants, and we have about half of the population. So they are among the young people. So this region is known of potentiality and a lot of opportunities. So in the vision of development, so we tried to give to this region to enhance the connectivity of this region. So in order to be in integration with different regions of the country, and here we have the freeway, Trans-Maghrebin freeway. We just finished the express freeway, from Saliana to Tunis, in the south of the region, and also in the region, in the north, we have a freeway, and in its south, we find a freeway. We have two train lines, which is one from Tunisia to Algeria, going from Tunis, Algeria, from Tunis, Beja, Busalam. And also we have another one which is going in the middle of this zone. Another perspective is to favorize the touristic activity, and the region, it has an airport, and also entertainment ports. So the concentration in our region, it's a region when the economical tissue is based on the agricultural sector, and we are trying to open ourselves and efforts to enhance this economical tissue. So when we are talking about the industrial act, we have industrial zone. In the region, and we have other ones that are planned, 15, other industrial zones, among them, 3, they are already ongoing zones, and they are working, and also the numbers, until now, the companies, and the number of the companies which is employing, 300,000 people. We have exporting countries. We have 78 exporting companies, and we have which are employing 19,000 employees. 145 employees that are offering companies that are offering 633 employing posts, and we can have that institutions, and also training centers, and also we have universities, and also vocational training centers, in private and public sector, and they are offering different possibilities of training in different branches. For the potentiality of the region, it's a region which is known by its agricultural aspects. So in this zone, so we are trying to mobilize so the resources, hydraulic resources, so through the major projects of dams, hydraulic dams. So in these dams, so we are trying to go so perimeter. So we have a irrigated premises. We have about 100,000 acres so of irrigated lands, and also we are open to the Mediterranean Sea. So in the surface of 151 kilometers. And we can we have annually about 20,000 tons. So we have a lot of opportunities here. So besides this, these two opportunities, so we have. So a rich, historical, patrimony, and also we have that we can have an activity. So in the touristic sector. So starting from these potentialities. So the action is on the sectors, and we are trying to target the first objective that can be complementary, and we are trying to enhance the economical tissue. So in order to go from this, so to have economical tissue, so for services industry and so food processing industry, and also all the agricultural sectors. So for the objective of these actions, it is in the national orientation, and to have the activities in the agricultural branches. So here, in what comes to agriculture and agriculture, associated to food processing agriculture. So we have many branches than the major ones. So are cereals, and so we have now a branch in which is active. So also we have forest products. So all the aromatic plants and the medical plants, and since we have the importance of the lake, and also for the dams, and the fruits, fish, and because it's a region also characterized by the production of fruits and also by vegetables, and also since we have to have self-sufficiency. So in what comes to food security, and so I'm not going to go into details. So we have also we try to sum up the major points of these branches and the opportunities, so that we can do in these branches. So we can talk about the forest branches, products, and also vegetables, fruits, and also red meat. So besides this potentiality which is known at the national level, we have the useful substances that we can support the industry, so in order to exploit rationally these resources, mainly all the the minerals. So we have also a cooperation between our office and the office of mines, and we have a survey. And we have we can say that we have about 2 sites, so 5 sites that they are that has been targeted by a deep study, and 2 other ones so they are under study, and we can say that we can have one geological map by governorate. Which is giving us to go the action in 3 branches. And these different So for the touristic sector, we are the third country for the importance, and so we have the 4 seasons tourism, and we have the existence of archaeological sites, forests. So we have snow, we have the beaches. Which is giving us the opportunity to have and to go for a four-season tourism, and so we in our office, so we have put 50 touristic ways, and they are reported in the 5 governorates, and they can be considered as a base in which or upon which we can go deeper in our studies. These paths, so they are on the sea, so they are in forests and different paths. So we can say so in order to go for this action of development, regional development. So the state made many efforts, so we sorted so many projects, so there are some that we can implement, and other ones that they are so they are postponed and they are already being prepared. And we will plan other projects so in order to support so this zone and also to enhance the ecosystem of attraction in this system in this zone. So some projects, so in what comes to investment, direct investment, foreign direct investment, so in this region. So we have about so for more than 10 years that these investments are here, and also so the success is proved by the extensions that we can find in some factories that they are going to the second and the third extensions, so this means that they are very welcomed in the Northwest, and they are very managed. So I'm going to stop here, and I will limit myself to projects. So for the PPP, so we have a project for Indraham Twarqa, so initiated by the civil society, and which is dealing with the sectors of tourism, entertainment, culture, trade, and health, and which is evaluated and estimated at $2 million, and we think that this project will contribute to go to another level in what comes to the quality of the project. So the feasibility study is almost done, and we already started implementing. So the company that will will be steering this project. So also we have another project. So in Karma, within the Algerian borders. So it's another specificity. It's the region the area is going for a border of 250 kilometers, and we have many exchanges to do with our neighbor, so with a market of 40 million inhabitants. Thank you very much for your attention. So in 2 words, so before leaving, what are the emerging projects, the projects supporting emerging and supporting projects in this region. In 2 words. So we automatically we go through this agricultural sector, and mainly in also the food processing industry. So thank you very much. So we thank you very much for the northwest. And we go to the south region, and calling Mr. Khalid Hija, the general manager of the South Development Office, and so to do the advocacy. And I'm inviting him to respect the time and focus his presentation on the last project, the emerging and supporting projects. So the floor is yours, Mr. Khalid.
Good morning, everybody. It's a big honor for me to present the region of the south of Tunisia, especially with His Excellency, the Minister of Equipment and Housing. It's a big region, the south of Tunisia. The Office of the Development of the South is an institution created since 1984. We work since on 6 governorates: Tatawin, Mednin, Gebes, Gbilli, Tuzer, and Gafsa. These 6 governorates, the south of Tunisia is almost covers 60% of the Tunisian territory. It's a big region, 1.7 million of people living in the south of Tunisia. We have almost 400,000 occupied zones. This region is based on, at the level of activity, agriculture 15% of activity, so manufactured industry 8%, the synergies 3%, so public works 3%, and services 54%. The south of Tunisia contains 4 international airports: Jerba, with a capacity of 4 million of travelers per year. So actually last year we did 2 million travelers, and we expect that activity will progress this year. The port of Tuzer, with the capacity of 400 per year, Gabes and Gafsa 200,000. So we have 4 frontal posts with Libya and Algeria, Ras Jdir and Dhib, and Hazwa and Damarza. So 2 commercial ports, the port of Gabes and the port of Gergis. Each one of the 2 is doing 2 million tons per year. Regarding the economic activities of Gergis, so it covers 60 hectares. We have companies of investment, 4 investment companies: Sudis, RCDM, Sordit, and the Citet, Gbilli, Mednin, and Gafsa, and Tatawin. 12 industrial zones, almost 90,000 hectares, covering 68% of the activity. We have 2 technical centers in Gabes and Gbilli. So 31 institutions are located, university institutions are located in the southern region. Regarding the industrial region, we have almost in the region of the south, but they benefit from the encouragement of regional investment and development. We have almost an exploitation rate around 70%. There are opportunities to invest in these zones, industrial zones in all the regions. If we take the regional development card at the level of the site, almost all the delegations at the southern part of Tunisia, they benefit from the development encouragement. There are delegations in Gergis, Hontessouk, Midoun, and the city town of Gabes. Regarding the southern region of Tunisia, we have agriculture based on dates and palms. So we produce 350,000 tons of dates per year. So there is a big progress at the level of production of dates, especially the label Noor. Regarding the geothermic, Gabes is a very important activity. There is an extension of the activity in Hisha. There is a big project actually which is going to be located in the north of the governorate of Gabes. So chemical industrial pole in Gabes. So the transformation of phosphate in Gafsa and gypsum Tatawin. Same thing. Regarding we have agroalimentary food, so industrial food in the south. So we in the south, so we have 250 units. The capacity is in Gerba Gergis. We have 50,000 beds. And in the other regions, we have thermal tourism, balneary tourism, Saharan tourism in Duz and Jrid, and mountainous tourism in the region of Dhahba. So the region of Dhahar has been chosen among the top 100 destinations at the international level. It is an ecological tourism based in Matmata, Tujen, Mazrat, Bni Khdesh, and Dwiret, Ghomrasen. So actually, we are about to create a geopark. So the region of Dhahar is extended around 6,000 kilometers, and we are about to prepare the region. Same thing. There is natural wealth of crafts products in the south. The perspectives of development in the region. We have led a work with the JICA in 2015 on the vision and development perspectives of the region of the south. It will be developed in a sustainable way with the creation of an added value with high competitiveness at the international level. So we are innovative. We have 3 axes of development. Regarding the big projects, we have the project of the freeway Gabes Mednin. We have 1 tranchette of it at the level of Gabes and Mednin, and we hope that by 2022 the freeway will be ended. Let's move to sectors, please. Regarding there are projects for the alimentation in drinking water in Zarat. So here, the 3 big projects, the economic park activity in Gergis, with 60 hectares extensible to 80, so the free zone of Bengerden, so covering 150 hectares. So we have already started the infrastructure we are about to create of the company and the free zone of economic activity of Bouchamma and the Gergis. Regarding the opportunities, we have the potentialities which exists in dates. We have a superficie of 56,000 hectares. Same thing regarding geothermic products. Tunisia is the 3rd, internationally speaking. The cultures, the aromatic and medicinal plants also in Arija and Mednin. We work on this potentiality. It's a big potentiality at the level of the south of Tunisia. Same thing for the red meat and camel products as well. 4th international reserve which exists in the region of Tatawin. We have 4 units and we have industrial zone of 25 hectares. And you'd like to exploit this reserve which exists in Tatawin and in other regions like Gafsa. and Gbilli, another wealth of the south regarding the renewable synergies. Tunisia needs to develop this opportunity. Same thing regarding the deficit at the energetic level, which imposes the development of our strategy by 2030, which requires the development of the renewable energies at the level of Tunisia, and specifically at the level of the south of Tunisia. And thank you.
J'ai aimé que vous commencez par les derniers slides et vous passez beaucoup plus de temps que la présentation de. Mais bon, merci beaucoup. Donc, je tiens à remercier mes collègues qui ont, comment dirais-je, fait leurs efforts de faire ces deux présentations. Pour ne pas, comment dirais-je, alourdir la séance, je donne la parole à la salle pour celles et ceux qui veulent réagir ou poser des questions à mes deux premiers panélistes. À gauche, il y a une dame. Est-ce qu'il y a un...
Un, deux, un, deux.
Est-ce que... Oui, ça marche pas.
So good morning. So thank you very much for this presentation for these two regions that are in the north and the south. So my question is very simple, and I think that this is a repeating question. So I can see that there are many opportunities. I can see that these two regions that we are in contact with, Algeria and Libya, and I can see all these potentiality that are in the challenges. So whether they are environmental challenges and also the exploitation of the natural resources. So why not these two regions? So they are why the less developed and they receive less investment. Thank you very much. Yes, gentlemen. So could you please introduce yourself? Thank you so much. So my name is Mohammed Ajmi. So I'm Tunisian. So I'm a history. I have a history background, and that I'm coming from one of the best education system. So during the era of Bourguiba, and the philosopher Mahmoud Masadi, who is not only philosopher on the papers. So as I know, so our country, so then more than other MPs and ministers. So now when we go to the administration, so for people and the people in charge, ladies, men and women, so who are very skillful. So we can say that the level is international, but in the result, they are always disappointing results. So we are in a country when we don't have a lack of skillful people and natural resources. So we have everything, so nature, forests, and we have one of the best climate in the world where we find the 4 seasons, and which is giving us the opportunity not to feel sick and to fall sick, and we can say that, but now, so the issue now, so we are not in lack of human resources, intellectual and human resources, and we are not in lack but we we made so the phosphate production so go down. So for 8 million. So do you have a direct question? So where is the issue? Thank you very much. So please. So we have the gentleman and the two gentlemen, and then we go back to the third and the fourth presentation, and afterwards we open the discussion, so in order not to be delayed. Yes, please, go ahead. Good morning. Dr. Salman, so Innovation Proof, and the head of a group, and we are specialized in private equity, and we are contributors so in the Tunisian market, and we are trying to stand with you. So I have an observation before the question. So for the organizers, so if this Congress is in English, so with all my respect, so of the first article of the Tunisian Constitution, so Tunisia is an Arab country, or Tunisia is a free and independent country. So its language is Arabic and its religion Islamic. So if I'm coming from Kuwait, and we are here in this blessed place. So I can say that. So 80% of this room, so they are speaking Arabic. So, and this is the first observation. So regarding that, and so I'm speaking in my behalf, speaking of myself as also contributor, so in the investment fund, so in Tunisia, and so despite the constraints, so we are still with you till the end. So after the death of our friend Shadli Al-Ayari, so we lost the investment tools that we are using so in investments. So in collaboration with countries, so we see few. So in presenting investments, so in just like superficial tools. So I'm talking to the experts, so in economy. So the tools of investment, so we don't see it. So the contribution of the private equity, so and also the creation of the So is it something that is something in purpose, so in order to leave the market, and we can say that are open, so the Libyan market, so they are giving us insurance for every investment, so they are opening. So I can say that the majority of the people, so we've been seeing in the meetings, in Tunisia, so they are ready to give us insurance from the biggest insurance companies in the world. So we are talking about burning land. And also the political attractions. So they are still going on there, and also, so we are talking also about the Egyptian school. So the Egyptian school, so they started giving to all the support, all the specificities, so that to go into the Egyptian market. But we are still sticking to the Tunisian market. And believing in the Tunisian market because so we've been through so many good experiences but the situation in general, and I hope that the situation will go better. So the steps, so I can say that so we are lacking the inciting steps, tools of investment. So maybe I'm coming from George Washington School, but I'm respecting the Constitution the way it is, and I can speak English. I have no problem with language, but I spoke in Arabic.
Merci. Azouz Naifer, ancien diplomate.
So, Aziz and neighbor, so I'm going to speak in French. So, in the northwest, so we are trying to create a free zone area. So, if the free zone, so within the Libyan borders, so it gave results. So, in order to project ourselves, so in creating another free zone. So, also we are talking about to focus on the renewable energies. Good morning, Sabah al-Noor. Good morning, Abdrazak al-Faqih. So I'm living in Medellin and a member of the executive board and office of Connect. And I work in the same territory like you, Mr. Khalda. So so representing the 5 governors of the South, and so I'm an MP, so the director of UDS. So we feel that the UDS in the last years, so they are absent in the South. Earlier, so in the history, so we had many projects. So I can say that for us in connecting the South, so we had the investment days, and that we give it to the preparation or to the so my question, so we had a project, so under Connect, under the umbrella on Conte, so it's a development and touristic project, so we give it to the OTS and to the Ministry of Tourism, but so the lake of Bograra, so it's still being grassed by deforestation. So thank you very much. So I would like to thank everyone. So I don't have the answer. I'm not going to answer all the questions, but I will react to our to the observation of our colleague, Dr. Salman from Kuwait. I think that we put the session in framework. So this framework is an appetizer for the next sessions, and you'll find all your questions. And the Minister of Planning and Economy. And we can say that today we have 2 sessions, and they are 2 sessions that they are appetizers for investment in Tunisia, and also for the big day, which is after the ceremony of opening, by the president of the government. So we can say, for development, it's not an action, it's a process, and and this is not something that we are doing today, and this is going back to in history, and which is developing bit by bit, and even projects, they were launched and realized. So they need to wait and until to receive the impact. So without any delay, because I need to go back to the room. So I'm giving the floor now to Mr. Ahmed Naberi. So in order to give his advocacy for the region of the Sun. So we will answer all the questions at the same time. So it's the zone. So you would like to have an answer right now? Okay. So for the renewable energy, so as you see, in reality, the government finally ratified and validated the 500 megawatt, and we are projecting to have a rate of a mix of 35% until 2020, 2030, and this energetic mix, which is at 35%, will be in Great Parks. It will focalize on the renewable energy and sun energy. And for the zones of free zones, free trade zones. We launched the first project. and and we are in shortage of time, and we can say, so we know that so it will give fruits and can be realized. So have I answered your questions? So thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning, everybody. So I move directly to the presentation to put the accent on the region of the West Center as a zone of intervention. So, and to talk about economic promising sectors, three sentences to be kept. So, in the center of Tunisia, so the alternative tourism with four sectors, economic sectors. So, with marble sector, agriculture, with many sectors to develop. So it is the essential part of my intervention. Why invest in the west center of Tunisia? Because we have three governorates in this region. Those who would like to have headsets for the interpretation, they are available. We do have simultaneous interpretation in 2 languages. Thank you. So I'm waiting for the screen to show my presentation. The presentation on screen. So the Center-West region represents promising and very important economic sectors. So we have 3 governorates, Gassarin, Sidi Bouzid and Qarwain, with a superficie of 22,000 square kilometers. square kilometers covering, with a population of 1.4 million people in this region, is next to airports. It is a crossroads between the northwest of the country with the south. Why invest in this region? This region represents a good environment for investment thanks to its natural resources. 30% of forests of the country are in the center. We have plenty archaeological parks and natural reserves. With its geographical position and its proximity, so we have a high quality basin, not saturated. It is and the fiscal advantages. It represents an agricultural pole, millions of hectares of agriculture. So of which more than 50% are food products. It represents industrial sector which is to be developed further. So we have also the alternative tourism sector to be developed as a heritage, historical heritage. It's typical. It represents 1/3 of the historical vestiges, Roman vestiges. It represents archaeological sites which are very famous, like Sbitla and Hydra. The civilization, Arab Islamic civilization, we have the mosque of Al-Aqba and Al-Aghalba. So this allows the region to be a promising pole thanks to its forests and natural reserves and archaeological sites, heritage, diversified and authentic, so crafts, products, and hot sources of water. This sector allows the region to develop, disengage 4 sectors. The cultural tourism with a potential, a specific important potential at the level of archaeological heritage, such as the local handicrafts, cultural manifestations, and culinary arts. So these sites are identified with a card, which has been drawn by our department with details regarding the opportunities. Second sector, thermal tourism. So the region includes natural hot sources, water sources, very interesting ones, like the thermal stations of Bel'aba, where we have the potential of a PPP partnership, which exists in the region. Stations of Sidi Muammar al-Jbal transfer with vapor, which is unique in Tunisia, in Hdesh also, in Shirishira, in Sidi Bouzid. So these sites are identified on the card. Regarding the third sector, it's ecological tourism. The region benefits from a natural framework, attractive thanks to its diversity and wealth. The mountains and the forests represent the focal points of the region. So Shambi with an altitude of 1,500 meters, with plenty of forests and protected zones. It constitutes a rural zone which is rich, with plenty of agricultural products and biological agricultural products, and it represents the mines pits of Kirwan. So these sites are listed on the card, as you can see. And for more information, we have a study for you, which is available for you. As a fourth sector, the agro-tourism. The region offers plenty of opportunities at this level. The specificity of this region, the sites are also listed in this domain. The investment regarding this alternative tourism, they are integrated in the 3 governorates per sector. The organization of the cultural events in the West Center, and the valorization of the craft sector and the heritage sector, and the valorization of the forests for an ecological tourism, and the development of tourism, of health tourism, and in particular thermalism as one of the focal points. We have plenty of thermal centers. The station of Qarwin, in Hdesh, the integrated center, the creation of the touristic zone in Qarwin and Hydra, there are opportunities, PPP opportunities. The other sector is the agricultural pole, which is agricultural by excellence. It represents 154,000 hectares of irrigated areas. We have apricots, almonds, pistachios, and we have a structure of agricultural products which is diversified, and for cereals. And it represents opportunities in biological agriculture. We presented many sectors which exist in the region. We listed per governorate, like pistachios and apples, apricots, tomatoes, peppers, red meat, olive oil in Sidi Bouzid. In agroalimentary sector, it's the extraction of essential oils, biological agriculture, the condition with the opportunity of PPP as an agricultural technological pole of Qarwin, or the regional board, provided 14,000 hectares in order to be invested by a promoter, and the market of Sidi Bouzid, with an investment around 230 million dinars. These are opportunities very important in this domain. The third sector, which is important, the region represents important reserves. 139 sites are listed per governorate. You can see the table in front of you on the screen to see the potential for the production of phosphates. Yes. Is there a problem of translation?
Donc, je continue les principaux.
I can't.
2 minutes here. OK. Les principaux substances utiles.
So, in the region, we presented a study. So they are listed per governorate, especially the most important sector, marble, so of beige tela, which is known at the international level, and the marble of Boulahnesh, which is known at the national level. So the region of the West Center at the industrial level is to be developed. 19 industrial zones, they have 500 hectares to be exploited and to be managed. So 43% of these hectares can be exploited. So, and this can encourage also employment. The agroalimentary industry and material industry as an activity is very important in the region, and it will be developed further, and the region is offering a huge potential at this level, especially at the level of agriculture and tourism. The opportunities of investment in this region are agroalimentary and food investment. So the industry, the green industry, the exploitation of marble and the extraction and transformation of marble, and the fabrication of fiber alpha, glue, so which we are using in many sectors like the medical sector. So with plenty of PPP projects to create plenty of industrial zones in Qarwain to be capable to create 100 hectare industrial zone. They are looking for investors in order to build this zone, and which will become, let's hope, an industrial pole. The fair climate will be introduced in other workshop, and it will be supported by other structures like the freeway Tunis Sidi Bouzid Gafsa and the corridor Gasrin Sidi Bouzid Sfaxsa. So this is the essential. For more information, you have our address on the screen if you would like more information. Thank you very much.
So could you please, can we close the door, please? Can we close the door? So there is a lot of noise. Could we close the door? Thank you very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. So now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Fawzi Gharaba. So in order to give his advocacy for the 11 governors of the seashore governors. So, and you have 11 minutes. So. Thank you very much, Mr. the Chair. So, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. the Ministers. So when we are talking about the regions of the northwest and the center west, so it's 70% of the Tunisian population, and they are contributing of the 70% of the GDP in Tunisia. So we have that our mission of responsibility. So and to how to maintain its strategic function as steering for the economy of Tunisia. So also to maintain the ongoing of the economy of Tunisia, and to preserve our heritage, and third, how to diversify and do the innovation of our economy, and how to integrate this region in the world chain value. Presentation, please. So for the region of the Center East, so we have the governance of Sousse, Monastir, Sfax, Medea. So it's a region where the economy is diverse. So we have many resources that we can talk about. So natural resources that we can support to develop the agricultural sector. So we have about 92,000 acres. So we have also reserves of water, 75 million cubic meters. So also seer, heritage of 450 kilometers, and also we produce about 115 million tons per year, and we're talking about 70% national production on gas. So for infrastructure, the region, we have a modern infrastructure. We have freeways, and also we have railroad, linking north to the south, and also we have the railways, linking all the region of the Sahel, Sousse, Mahdia, and Monastir. So we have 3 international airports, Monastir, Mfida, Sfax, and infrastructure, and we have aeronautics and also maritime. So we have 41 industrial zone, which is covering 130 acres. For the network institutional, adapted, to go with all the economical branches and human resources. In the University of the Center East. So I go directly to the institutions of support of the development that they are existing in this region. So the activities, economical activities, mainly, as I said, agriculture. Specificity of the region, is the organic agriculture, which is in the surface of the olives, and we are the first region in exporting olive oil in the world. It's also a good region for sea culture, in the region of Monastir and Mahdia. So here we are talking about tourism sector. We have integrated touristic points. 250 hotels. In Sousse and Mahdia and Monastir, and also we have other activities. In order to improve the touristic sites. For tourism, we have the specificities of the massage centers and Talasso. And also to enhance the activity of Talasso. Regarding the areas of regional development, we have delegations, they are benefiting from the regional support, 30% in the governorate of Mahdia, and also for Sfax, and also 30% for the delegation of Kerkana, and also 30% for the investment for regional development, for the economic branches in this region. As I said, we are talking about the organic agriculture, olive oil, in Sfax, Mahdia, and Sousse. It's supporting acts in this region, and also the organic oil, and also the biotechnology. Since we have the existence of the research centers in Sfax, we can develop the production of the pesticides, and for the protection of the environment and the health, and also we can have efficacious particles against insects. As I said, we can also integrate a touristic system, integrated system in which we can have tourism and also health. So for the the chicks, so we have a technological pole so in Sfax, and so for other activities and economical activities, and to develop a startup project in this field. So also we can talk about some projects structuring that can be realized. So in the PS, so the airport of FIDA, it's a platform in service of technology. So and also for the deep water of FIDA and the airport of FIDA. And we can talk about the draining and of the zone of Ben Rayada, so which can be a touristic zone which can open an opportunity for investment in the three governments, in the framework of the development of Mahdiya and all the region of the Center East. So I go directly to the region of Northeast. So it's the gate of Tunisia, and it's the economy is marked by the economy of the capital. So it's a pole open on innovating ideas, and we have manufacturer ideas, of the market services in agriculture, of the quality of equipment, existing in this region, and it's in high level. So we have the infrastructure of transport. So we have the international airports of Tunis, Carthage. Trade ports, which is giving to opportunity for with the countries. We have we're talking about Goulet, La Goulette, Bizerte, and Rades. In this region, it's the starting point of the freeways of Tunisia. The South Freeway, Northwest Freeway, and in the short term, the Center East and the Southwest Freeway. If we are talking about the industrial zone, it's within the surface, it's 240 acres. For the railroad, we have it in the whole region. From the north to the south, and also to west to the east. We have a platform for the economy, to develop the economy of knowledge and the economy of the technological points, the technological pole of the environment, in Borsedria, and the pharmacological, in Sidi Tabet, and also technological in Sidi Tabet, and also for the food processing of and the technological pole, in Al Fajja. 2 minutes, okay, Mr. the Chair. Now I'm going directly to it's some international companies. They are installed in the northeast of Tunisia. The projects, it's to promote the lake of Sijumi, for the future, and in the urban, managing and also equipping, and also we have also the installation of telepheric in Jebel Zarmen, it will be the first telepheric in Tunisia, the first of its kind in Tunisia. We have it's during the phase of the administrative procedures, and this is a project that we can realize, and which is integrated in the system, and also the position of Zarwen, it can be very beneficial for the future of this project. For the electrical of Bir Lemsherga, within the framework of the scheme of the logistic of our country, it's a good position, in order to serve the capital and the Cap-Vert region, and also the other regions, which are near the district of Tunis. So the commercial projects, so within the port of Bizerta, so the economical so branches that we can develop in this region. So the organic so agriculture, so in Zarouene, and also fruit trees, so in Nebel, so and also the red meat, so in so Ben Arous, and also in the region of Nebel, and also so the medical equipment and pharmaceutical so equipment. So it's a future path, and also we have companies in Ben Arous, so and also the households, so components, so they are existing. So for tourism, cultural tourism and ecological tourism, so they are in Zarouene, Manouba, Bizerte, and Nebel. So and also to the digital transition, which is offering a lot of opportunities. So for telecommunication, and the transition is for the renewable energy, and also we have. And also the economy of energy, so in buildings. So and in order, so we need to succeed, so in the ecological transition. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Fawzi.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fawzi. We have now the fifth presentation by Mrs. Bershab, member of the Executive Board of Connect. You have the floor, Mr. Islama. Mr. President, Mrs. Minister, sorry, I didn't have the opportunity to prepare a presentation, so I'm going to benefit from this opportunity offered to me to intervene, so in order to go back to the interventions of our friends and try to interact. So I'm not going to talk about all the regional problems, but I'll try to expose our vision inside Connect and to try to suggest some approaches, regional approaches. At the level of the forum at Connect, when we meet, regionally speaking, we try to have regional, so cross, meetings. When we meet with the west part, we meet with the west and the east, center and south west. So we integrate all the regions because we do believe interaction between the different regions. Because there is always the possibility which is offered by this interaction. Today we are here, we are here exactly after 50 years per day, 50 years after the first law through which we tried to change the economic model of Tunisia, which includes inclusion of the regions. So in 1972, we had the opportunity to have totally exportative companies which absorbed many workforce, qualified and semi-qualified, and created an economic model which allowed Tunisia to have markets and to bring multinationals, foreign companies which were located in the coastal areas of Tunisia with advantages, fiscal advantages and financial advantages. Is this model financed? Can be a model on which we can have access when we talk about development. In 2016, we tried to do some kind of remodeling of our investment model by creating or by passing a new law of investment with pillars the pillar of governance of investment by creating agencies specialized in investment and by creating a big pillar, the pillar which has to do with access to the market. Did we succeed to allow our SMEs to help them have access to the market? Our small structures in the big cities or in the regions, so were they allowed to take the locomotive to be competitive with the classical companies? Today, the exposés of the friends demonstrated, so as has been mentioned by Mr. Mohammed, that Tunisia is a country of 4 seasons. What makes these 4 seasons so happy to receive the concert of the Divalvi? What allows Tunisia to enhance these kinds of sectors? So regarding the presentations made, we lack considerably. There is a problem regarding how, between inverted commas, so how to sell our regions, how to sell our regional products and our regions, the regional marketing, I mean. And I think that we lack considerably imagination at this level. And it's a level on which we should work in order to better sell and valorize our regions. When we talk about crafts products, so natural resources products, when we talk about the positioning of Tunisia at this level, did we succeed to create added value regarding these products? Shall we continue to export them to a foreign client to valorize and to give added value to these products? What makes the entrepreneurs, whether Tunisian or foreigner, he goes to the interior of the country? So first, because of the quality of life. When you talk about quality of life, we need it to be as near as possible to the lifestyle in the coastal area of Tunisia. Do we have this possibility in the interior regions of the country? We are still far from this wish, and I think that we need to work on that. We have regional sectors we need to valorize, and we need to focus on that. I don't want to be negative in my approach, but it is these are windows on which we can work. So when we talk about quality of life, we talk about infrastructure, road infrastructure, which is developing more and more, technological infrastructures, also fiber, telecommunication, etc. So there is an element by which I will finish. I'm going to be very brief. It is an approach of district, not district in the geographical sense of the term. So the clusterization, working on clusterization. So in specialized regions, specialized in particular activities. And if the region of Qarwin becomes the region for the cars, and Sidi Bouzid specialized in agro-food products. And to reach out clusterization, we need to group industries belonging to the same sector. So the aim is to because the foreign companies, they work in they don't have any interaction with the local authorities and with civil society and with if we succeed in creating this interaction and the SMEs, and so they can be located in these clusters, so we can make it a difference. We have young people who would like to work in this domain, and unfortunately this will and vision both so are lacking. If we can put hand to the hand and benefit from fiscal advantages and investments, so we can make a difference. Thank you. Mr. Arslan, thank you. Mr. Berjab, thank you. We have 5 minutes left.
5 minutes. I'm giving the floor to the room if there is someone who would like to speak. I have so for the people who talked earlier, so please not. So you please. So we are not doing selections, but people who had the opportunity to speak earlier, so please give the opportunity. I cannot hear the speaker, so he is not using the mic. So please. The speaker is not using the mic. The speaker is not using the mic, so I cannot hear him. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ali Idris. I'm an economic journalist. So I listened to each region. So they show us the attractivity profile of the regions. So I would like to add something. So you could have added one paragraph, so in order to insight and to have anchoring points. So for the effects of integration. So in each region. So Maître Berjab talked. The polemic regarding mapping of regional mapping of investments in the country. So we haven't already done the issue of decoupage in the region. And this is something can another observation. So I wished that we could give a value to the specialty, to the region. In what comes to the solidarity and economy. Since we are in a congress, for the FIPA, which have international mapping and networking. I have a recommendation. So we have something prepared with Mr. Abdelrazak Soueri when he was in the Ministry of Honor and the cooperation. So it's to prepare something to have a twinning propositions or suggestions with the countries in the north of the Mediterranean, which will be something beneficial for the development. And we could have used this. The last observation, none of the regions, they called for the activation of the Bank of the Regions, which is an important mechanism of investment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
C'est la dernière intervention.
So the last intervention. Then I go the floor to the panelists in order to react. So it's an extraordinary initiative. So I'm introducing myself. So I'm a food engineer. so representing so the Association of Green Tourism. So I'm agriculture farmer. So in the region of Buselem. So I had so afterwards, so before coming to Buselem, so I've been through a whole state in the United States, and I can say that the soil existing in the United States, it's in Buselem, it's very rare and cannot be compared to what we have in Buselem. And I can say so, but unfortunately that so last year, thousands of tons of onions have been wasted, and they made pollution in the area. So and this topic, so it's requiring gathering efforts, so in order to tackle this issue and also prepare the exploitation for exports, for tourism. So I can say that starting from now, so we only have the alternative tourism and the old tourism. So we need to forget it. So the new orientation is the alternative tourism. So I'm giving you information. So in Belgium, so the Minister of Agriculture, so he's and the Minister of Tourism. So he has two umbrellas. So Minister of Tourism and Minister of Agriculture. I don't know if you know him, but I just attracting your attention. So that for telefrequenting between Aindram and Barqa, so it will be an asset for the region, extraordinary asset for the region. Thank you so much. So maybe the last word, please. Go ahead. So I would like to say that everyone agrees. So please, could you introduce yourself? Muhad Khshoum, some head of BFM agency, so of Medellin. So I can say that today, so everyone agrees and focused on the importance of the renewable energies that we need to do so, to take the measures, so then the required measures to attract the foreign investment. And I think that we need to go to freeze the current projects. So I think that we have investors that they made investments in the region of Tatooine. So we'll try by freeing the issues of these investors, and so we prepare actions and encourage the investors to invest in Tunisia. And I can say, so please come and invest in Tunisia. So thank you so much for your observation. So I think that we have another panel. Okay, so just 1 second. So thank you so much. So I'm Latim Naif, so I'm a consultant. So I'd like to thank the So I would like to thank the consultant, but I wished we could have an analysis for each region. So it's to present the good things and for each region, and also to present the risks and the threats for each region. So and also for the but so I talked we talked about the region, but the region of that each region to be exporting orange, because it's too far from the port. So please, I'm giving 30 seconds to each panelist, and we will close the panel. Hello? Thank you so much. Thank you very much for all your presentations, and so the topic of the regional development, so it deserves and it cannot be treated in a short time like this one. And as has been said by the last person who talked about the alternative of the SWOT analysis, I'm going to talk about the question, so where is the issue? So thank you very much for the question. So I'm going to say that just a reminder, because it's not a question. So in order to answer, the different, constraints. And even if Tunisia made a lot in this field, so we have a lot of things to do. So we are together now. So in order to drive this activity to the safe shore. And so for the first question that has to deal with the contrast between the development in the different countries, and I think that the question which is the issue which is answering your this contrast. To finish with Mr. Khmel, I think it's not a question but the analysis that you made justify the choice of to tackle the question of development in what comes to the branches of development of agricultural sector. And I would like to tell you where are we in the breeding and the telecom branch. Thank you very much, Aslama, for taking the floor. Please 20 seconds. Just to answer Mr. Ali, regarding the question of the region banks, in Connect, it's something in which we are working on, and it's a priority for us. We had many media declaration regarding this, and with the Minister of the Economy, we are talking about the last measure, in order to enhance business climate and to tackle these issues of the and also to see the redenomination of the SICAR, international SICAR, and this will be having it very shortly. And these measures they have been taken in funding and arranging. These two elements will be great support for to enhance the access to finance and to funds in the regions. For the Mr. Khalt. Thank you very much. In order to answer for the lake of Bugharara, the study of I'm talking under the supervision of Mrs. the Minister. We are trying to see the issues of the lake, and in order for development, we don't have any issue of preservation of the lake of Bugharara. And for the region of the south, I think that we need to work together in order to that the business climate be enhanced. As has been said by Mr. Arslan, this integration between the two regions of the southwest and the southeast. We have a strategy of development of the economical activities. I just reminding you, in Tunisia, we are in the phase of concretization of 9 clusters and value chains, in different regions. Among them 3 in the south. And the work with the dialogue, PPP, and we are in the value chain. They are diversified and they are chosen by the regions. We have grenadines, in Gabes. We have pineapples in Mednin. Pistachio in Gafsa. The teak in Sfax, and artichoke in Bizerte, and honey in Jendouba, and handcraft in Sidi Bouzid, and also we made contracts with all the actors of the region, and we are in the phase of implementing the concretization of these branches in the region. So I just want to thank all the panelists. Also we need to note that Tunisia it's the first in the world for the organic agriculture for olives and olive oil, and maybe you have noticed that the panelists they mentioned they focused on the organic agriculture, because we have a great potential to develop. So I would like to thank also all the panelists, and I think that I invite Mr. the Minister, Mrs. and the Minister, Mr. Abdel Basta. So there are many works that have been done in all the regions.
C'est de l'osir.
جاوبت هذاك هو سي فري
Donc on va passer aux distributions.
So we have just to do the we have to award the prizes. We didn't have enough time that each governorate talk about its opportunities. So objective is to do a cluster by region, and we would like to have a regional capital, and the idea is that each region will identify the steering activity for it, and with us and for us in the government, we will do for this region the national capital for this region. In the idea of the cluster, the concept is accurate, and there are and needs so many and positive interaction within the region. We didn't have enough time to do the marketing and I hope that in the next month we will tackle this suggestion, and we will come to you with another attractive suggestion. And for the second priority, that's why I would like to thank Mrs. the Minister of Equipment. The second priority it's the territory arrangement, and this is something very important. As when we analyze the major investment, we have seen that a great part of it it was that the land was not appropriate. That's why the type of activity it took many times. The idea is to a repartition in different territories between the industrial, agriculture and tourism. In order to do the planning, and at the same time to be more pragmatic, because today the investors they are always running against time. They would like to have everything ready, or a building ready to go, building or a land or a soil ready to go. We have constraints in funding, we don't have enough resources. In order to have too ambitious for investment as we would like, and we hope that with the PPP, and we will give the opportunity to the region. For the and now we are going to the distribution of the prizes. And I would like to thank the presenters, the people who presented, and the panelists.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists, all the guests, participants. Thank you. The project, as has been mentioned, the Minister of Economy and Planning, regarding the rehabilitation programs and plans we are working on. And we need to speed up regarding reforms. We are working on that. And I understand the questions from the participants as to where are the reforms. In the coming days, you will see all these actions. In practice, So we will move directly to practice the big projects mentioned, like Ben Rayada project, Tabaruna project. We are working on these projects, and a ministerial council has already been so organized. And for the Sijumi Lake also, we are working in partnership with the Ministry of Agriculture to rehabilitate this lake. So we are working on reforms, and let's hope that the results will be noticeable by the coming days. And thank you for your questions and your presence. So your presentations were of a high quality. Let's hope that we will keep on organizing these kinds of forums, because exchanges are good ones, your ideas are good. So we work together with civil society, connect, so all the institutions, and let's hope success for Tunisia.
C'est ça. Très bien, très bien. Et puis ce que j'allais vous poser aussi, voilà, voilà. Et ma deuxième question, c'est quelles sont vos relations avec le système? Voilà, alors je sais pas. عسلامتكم.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, everybody. It is a pleasure for me to animate and moderate this panel, this session on human resources, research, development, and innovation pillars of investment. I would like at the beginning thank all the participants, Mr. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, general directors, so the investors, dear guests. I would like at the beginning to do a brief introduction to our panel. You know that Tunisia, since independence, invested in education, health, equality, gender equality, and the vision of Tunisia has always been to create a modern society and an economy based on knowledge. So this challenge was very difficult, and I think that today we succeeded to have a rich and varied industrial tissue, and I have excellency poles in higher education, research, and we have youth, so creative, so full of so knowledge and promising. After COVID, war in Ukraine, and also the effects of global warming, we are today faced with challenges. We need to review our priorities, and we are facing ineluctable increase towards transition, industrial transition, digital transition, ecological transition, in which so energetic transition is necessity. So transfer to sustainable development and green economy are necessary. So there are emerging sectors, and we will need to be adapted and to adapt our training, to adapt our skills, and to orient them towards these challenges. Today we have a rich panel. I start with the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Mr. Boukthir, the Minister of Employment and Professional Training, Mr. Nasser Sibi. We have Mrs. Himdat Bayousef, so specialist in education and head of project for a program of education of the MENA region in Tunisia. We have Mrs. Reem Said, General Director of Valoration of Research at the Ministry of Higher Education, Mr. Hisham Turki, General Director of the Technopole of SUS, of Management of Society, representing all the technopoles. We'll talk about that later. Mr. Helmi Merdesi, so Professor and General Director of the Managing Unit of European Programs and Interim Director of Scientific Research. We have our guest, Mr. Bejit Boussafara. He is CEO of Tunisia Talent. He will talk to us about this company, which employs 600 engineers, Tunisian engineers. To start, I think that we will give the floor to Minister of Higher Education to talk about modernization of higher education for a better employability of graduate students and the ecosystem and valorization of research results and the transfer of technologies. So I give you the floor. Lily?
Normalement. Ah, l'exposé, je vois pas. Bon, Monsieur le
Mr. The President of Employment and Vocational Training, Mrs. Hamdet, representing the World Bank, dear guests and honorable guests. So I have the heavy tasks to present the higher education. So in some minutes, until it will show up, it will be displayed. So we have. So as you know, the sector of the higher education and scientific research is among the ecosystem of the training in Tunisia. So the training, vocational training, education, and higher education and scientific research. So as you know, briefly in some minutes, I tried to ask some questions. We have many, and I said that there are fundamental questions. So the first one is the human resources capital, skilled ones, entrepreneurs and innovating people, and this will enhance the employability not only for the bachelors but also for the donors. So the second question is the contribution. It's the contribution of the academic world in the growth, economical growth. So as you know, I put some results, some indicators that I found very expressive. So Tunisia is ranked first in expenses for education and for the GIE, and I think that this will be this sector, it will be the leading sector in Tunisia. So Tunisia is ranked second in rates of the graduate people in technologies and mathematics. So this is I'm talking about the world rank and also for the publication. So in the scientific indexed scientific newspapers. And regarding these results, they are not here haphazardly, but I think that this is the fruit of many years of work. Of the whole ecosystem. So in order for the appropriation of the culture of the quality, and this is. This mobilizing field that helped us to have these results, and it's through the support of the World Bank since many years, and for the ministry, that's what we call the support programs for the quality. So for the first phase, it was programs in order to help universities to do what they need to do to enhance their education and also their curricula. And starting from 2016, 2017, we oriented ourselves towards enhancing employability and modernization of the governance. And the results of this, it helped us to go step by step towards a university more autonomous so university, and starting from January, so it was a historical day for the higher education. So the Minister Council approved so the going of 6 universities so from the status of public universities as administrative status as universities with the specification of research and technology, and it will be under the program contract. And he's not speaking. He's going through the slides. He's not speaking.
Pourquoi ça avance pas?
So they have some technical issues. That's why I'm not translating.
Vous revenez au premier. Et ça c'est bloqué. أرجع الأولى. Merci. C'est bon. Bien.
Okay. So this helped us to have some paths and institutions, accredited institution at the so international level. So like engineering schools and medical schools. So these results are very interesting results. And so our new born is, since we are talking about the quality, so last week it was last Thursday, so the national Tunisian agency for scientific research, so it was born. It was so a huge realization. So this work of many years, so it was and there was an architect so behind all this, which is the head of the government of today. So for innovating university and entrepreneurial university. So here again, so the objective is to go forward. So we changed the ongoing, and we try to go progressively and to go in co-constructed bachelor's degree and master's. So there are some curricula that they are built so between universities and the professionals coming from the socio-economic world. And so currently, so we are in 40 paths in all constructed, and through so competitiveness, so the minister so is funding this project. And here, so we are doing so a lot of work. So for the conversion of the graduate, and so because we have so a higher rate of so unemployment, so we're trying to enhance the curricula through the certification of competence of skills, and also so in order to push towards the initiative. So we created so the status of entrepreneur students. So our future graduates, they will create their startups, so they cannot be only asking for jobs and waiting for jobs. They need to create, to be themselves creating jobs, vacancies. And here we have also our important accent, that's what you call a MobiDoc, coming from mobility, and for a PhD and so in here holders. So and here, so they are PhD holders or people having studies in PhD. So they are have projects of launching startups, so they can find an institution, whether public or private. So in order to will have them, and the ministry through the MPA, so will fund at the height of 80%. So 80%. So I'm saying that so Unibidoc so created so many startups and also and realization that I need to mention. So in order to accompany the students, so in order to enhance their employability and curricula, so the ministry launch so the centers, the career centers, so the career centers, the 4Cs, the 4Cs, so the 4Cs. So actually, so we have 161 centers, so in the whole territory with the coverage of 80%, so at the universities and the universities. So the role is to enhance the employability of the graduate people, and also at the same time, so to develop their skills in what come to certification. So and this is will help so the socio-economic tissue and the results, so they are very good results. And so also for the training, so Tunisia now is ranking internationally, and we are a destination for of training and of excellence, since we have conventions with more than 40 African countries. So for this academic year 21-22, so we have 9,000 so international students, and this number can be doubled and tripled. So and we are taking care of quality and the number of places at the university. So very quickly, because I have two general managers that they will present so the research part, so I will say just that in our ministry what we call so the research pole. So we have the General Directorate for Scientific Research. So we have the General Directorate for valorizing the research, and we have the agency for the promotion of the scientific research. So we have our structure of research that we are about 574 between so laboratories and research units. So for the ecosystem is innovating, which is around 11 technopoles supported by schools of engineering and technical centers. So as you know, it's all over the territory, and we have also so our strategic acts prior, so in the sense to orient so the needs of research towards the development of our country. So and the funding will be targeted depending on these priorities. And here we have an example to say that the quality of our researchers and the structure of research. So now we have laboratories that we call so mixed laboratories and international laboratories, and how I have 3 or 24, and the thematics, so they are inequality, and you can have so hydrogen and numera, so the management on the resources, and so IT and applied mathematics. And our so other means of funding. So we are working what we call the bilateral cooperation. So with between two countries, and here so through the world we have many cooperations where the research projects they are co-funded by the two countries. So we agree upon the thematics, and so through so call for projects, and the funding is being done so between the two countries, and traditionally so it's mostly Europe, Africa, and so South Korea, as you see. So here so at the international level, so I cannot mention or talk about so the two huge programs, research and innovation. So Tunisia was the first Arab and African country to have the status of associated country to Europe 2020, so 2014-2020, and also for the new program, so Horizon Europe, so from 21 to 27. So we signed our membership so in March 22, and we have and we did it with a lot of pride, and we can say that for this European project, so in the framework of 2020, so this PRIMA, and and in which we have innovation and resource to enhance so disponibility, availability of water, and so we have 19 countries that are participating. So Tunisia, in terms of number of funded projects, accepted project, is ranking third. So just right after Italy and Spain, and which is exceptional performance. And as you know, so after us, so we have countries, very known countries in what comes to research, and the means. So that we cannot compare the cons. So the last slide. So it's the ecosystem for entrepreneurship. So here. So I will say that in 2019, so Tunisia was the only country, African country, to be ranked between the 50 countries so in entrepreneurs, and this is for the higher quality of their human capital, and also for business and the technology, science, so engineering and mathematics. And I would like to thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for this presentation, which allowed us to have a horizon tour of the potential of higher education and scientific research, including the ecosystem of startups, and to see the effort of the ministry to collaborate with the socio-economic dimension for the courses of for training, because there are masters co-built in alternance with the private productive and industrial sector. And this effort for scientific research, for the opening to international and to work on projects linked directly with the challenges, which are food security, the management of water, etc. And also we can see this opportunity that Tunisia has to be associated partner, and will. So I give the floor now to the Minister. Mr. Nsibi, Minister of Employment and Professional Training, who will talk about the efficiency of professional training and the capacity of the ministry to respond to the demand of the market, which is a big challenge to solve the problem of employability of our youth, whether graduated or not. And much effort is made, and many pathways and possibilities and mechanisms. So you have the floor, Mr. Minister. You can use also this mic if you like. Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be with you. Allow me, first of all, to respect the customs. Professor Samia Sharfi, advisor to Mrs. Head of Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Monsef Boukthir, Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Mrs. Rima Saayed, Mr. Hilmi Mirdesi, Mr. Hisham Turki. I'm very happy to share with you the moderation of this panel, so which is qualitative, as I know, and I would like to thank all the people who worked hard so these last months to make this organization successful. I'd like to greet all the people here which will contribute with their presence to the discussion and the debating of the results. The force of Tunisia resides in its youth and its human resources. The valorization of resources, they pass through the pillar of education, professional training, and higher education. Tunisia is facing today, like many other countries through the world, two challenges, very complex, multidimensional challenges, which are varied, but they are all around the problem of employment and economic challenges. Challenges covering quantitative questions given the number of unemployed people in Tunisia today, and also qualitatively as an equation between the graduations provided by our system at the higher education level regarding the requirements and the needs of the economic operators, and the accentuation also of the forms of vulnerable jobs to which we have to find solutions, because we need to create not only jobs but durable jobs which can help people project to the future. To this effect, we have oriented our efforts at our ministry towards the identification of coherent solutions. So in particular, the economic growth, trying to bring visible changes in the short and long term for the employment of the youth, especially towards the vulnerable people. We work for the insertion of the young people to the market job. I will share with you what we did, the agility also in favor of professional training to answer the demand of the enterprises. So the employment to orient people to vital sectors, encouraging and coaching young people to encourage them to go to private sector, so to valorize the value chain in cross-sectional mode, so the amelioration, enhancing the competencies of our youth to increase their productivity and reduce the gap between the academic skills of the youth and the demand of the enterprises and companies. We have tried to focus on the enhancing of education, technical education and professional education, to try to promote investment with the provision of human resources which can be a force to become competitive and to try to have an advantage, comparative and competitive, compared to other competitors in the market. Tunisia does not only offer skillful and qualified and human resources, but it is very important component to determine the choice of the investors who would come to be located in Tunisia. We work on the creation of training centers for the establishing a synergic link with the world of investment by developing skills and trying to improve the skills and the employability of the youth. We try also to work in an aggressive manner on partnership and the entrepreneurship of the youth and women in particular. We look for inclusive development in all regions, durable, sustainable, and the development of a knowledge society, the research of development for the service of economy and society, generally speaking. We look to favor sharing of experiences and constructive exchange between the different actors. I have here it is a long presentation. I'll try to share with you my presentation to show you what we did during these last 8 months. And you see, right from the beginning, we had an approach concentrating on statistics to have a concrete approach. so not to remain in the approximative. As you can see, we have noticed so the decrease in the rate of unemployment, around 7%. The number of unemployed so decreased to 12%. The percentage of joblessness among the young people decreased to 2%. So it becomes a problem. So the high rate of women unemployment. We know that the number of graduated women is more than the male graduates. But the rate of unemployment among women is very important. We try to work on that by trying to do some kind of positive discrimination with female entrepreneurship. There exists many initiatives. So the more evident is a project by the Ministry of Women, but we do plenty of things also at the level of the Ministry of Employment and Professional Training. You notice here that we try to benefit, to profit from, and to surf on the wave of the amelioration of the GDP and the amelioration of investments. So this increase by 34% is helping us in order to answer favorably when investments comes to Tunisia, try to do connections directly with the investor. So as soon as he comes to Tunisia to identify his needs. Today we work on the agility of professional training, and we are trying to go directly to the investor to identify his specific needs and tell him that we will organize adequate trainings in favor of the youth by reconverting them or in basic training to answer rapidly their needs. That's why we are trying to multiply the reconversion training and short-term trainings in favor of graduates who have already graduations, and they are available to launch a new process of training which will last for 2 years. So we are creating specific trainings from 1 month to 6 months trainings to allow these young people today unemployed to obtain skills which will allow them to obtain job opportunities. We have here on the Tunisia we have 111 employment agencies, and we try to improve the results with the same resources which are available to us. And as you can see, and you can see it here, even if the number of job seekers decreased, the percentage of the people inserted increased by 9% compared to last year. So we benefit certainly from the economic relaunch, but we try also to improve the results of our collaborators who work with the same resources, given the fact that we don't have supplementary additional resources compared to last year. So what I wish to say also that with this new approach to orient specific work regarding entrepreneurships allowed us up till June to improve the demand of financing projects studied by the BPS and the job bureaus, which increased by 16.5% compared to last year, and also the rate of acceptation of projects and financing agreements increased by 16.2%. If we continue with the same tendency, we will end the year with progress up to 35% of agreements of financing agreements for the creation of jobs compared to the numbers realized last year. We work also very much on the foreign placements, targeted placement, and it is a placement in harmony with the needs of our national economy, which remains our priority, but we are conscious that we have to conserve the cooperation, so relationships with all the partners of Tunisia. So you can see here that briefly we give the priority in our strategic orientations to entrepreneurship, because the market of the job market today, even though it is promising, so especially regarding the youth, graduated youth, so that the others will not remain in margin. So we try to coach them and to orient them towards entrepreneurship, so that they can become themselves so bearers and creators of jobs and solutions for them and for their community. So we are conscious also that a young person today, he who lives in a region of Tunisia, from an economic point of view, where there is nothing economically speaking, we are more winners if we equip him with a specific training, with financing, with funding, because many initiatives will contribute to create an ecosystem which will be demander of jobs later. So the young that are faced with fatidic choices, either to go to big cities to look for a salary, a job, so in return for a salary, and to face other challenges like renting a house and to help financially his family, or to remain in his town. So we will build his capacity so that to allow him to benefit from the state funds, so which targets the youth without asking for any guarantees in return. The state is providing very important efforts to coach these young people. Even after the creation of their enterprises, we fund them without asking for guarantees in return. And this encourages them to go to entrepreneurship. So the aim is to increase the number of entrepreneurs in all the regions of Tunisia and to transform them with successful coaching to reduce the death of the SMEs and to transform them to employers in their town of origin to create perspectives. We focus also on opening, so exchange instantaneous and synergy with the private sector by signing with them conventions to so we are orienting towards the enterprises. We multiply the cooperation agreements to accompany the enterprises and the economic actors in their progress. As soon as they have a new contract and future projects, we accompany them to prepare the human resources. We prepare them with adequate trainings, co-designed with them. We tell them, come with us. We will identify the content of the training so that you need. And here we are sure 100% once the young is trained, so as soon as he becomes recruited by the enterprise, he will be immediately productive and operational. So thus the enterprise can have projections, and not face the problem of the scarcity of human resources. And on the other hand, we have signed recently 12 conventions, so it's recent, but our aim and ambition is to go towards all the enterprises and create a specific service which will be direct vis-a-vis with the enterprises. And the ambition also by the beginning of next year is to create a platform, digitalized one, which will serve uniquely to take in charge the demands of the enterprises in qualifications and in the human resources. We talked also about short-term trainings, and there is a project I hope to highlight today, because with the Ministry of Economy and Planning and the Ministry of Employment, we have created courses of reconversion of the youth, graduated youth or non-graduated youth, in order to orient them towards training programs, short-term training programs in many specialties. We have started with 2 promotions, pilot promotions, and we will enlarge this initiative by the beginning of next year, and we will have each year 2 promotions in the cyber parks established in all Tunisia. We think also that professional training, short-term professional training, can really change the reality in terms of employment. And for the first time this summer, we will start with these 6 courses of training, short-term trainings, 2 to 3 months trainings in the center of the National Center of Professional Training, in order to answer to a demand, increasing demand in plenty of sectors which are very much demanding. And we will coach these people in their short-term trainings. If they hope to continue their online in distance trainings, they will end up by obtaining diplomas recognized. I wish also to highlight that we are about to work with NGOs and civil society specialized in training and reconversion of the youth, because we fund these trainings today. So we have actors on the market who offer services of complementary trainings for young graduates to improve their employability and to allow them to be recruited. Today the ministry on the one side offers training, and on the other side it funds also the other actors who are in the private sector, the NGOs, civil society organizations, and we are about to fund also the training of the youth, and we are mobilizing plenty of funds. By the end, I would like to say, I wish to say by the end that we will also be oriented towards collective entrepreneurships with the Ministry of Finances. We have obtained 30 million dinars on the budget of the state, divided into 3 years. So 10 millions every year during these 3 years. We hope that we will obtain additional funds by next year, and we estimate that collective financing will answer 2 problems. So increasing problems which are in Tunisia entrepreneurships on the one side, the creation of job opportunities on the other side, and also this social and solidarity economy with a different approach, different from the purely economic approach of the enterprises, because they are oriented towards societal responsibility of the enterprise. This solidarity and economy will contribute to improve the quality of life of the people in the community. We have a plan also to improve the quality of jobs and to accompany the people today in the informal sector towards the formal sector through funds, encouragements, and we try to obtain more funds. Because to succeed, we need to give plenty of funds. To conclude, we need to work enormously on the facility of the entrepreneurships from the regulatory point of view, and from a bureaucratic point of view, and the head of government said it. We got engaged by the end of this year to keep only a negative list of permissions, and we hope that with all these approaches associated, which have been taken everywhere, we work with tight collaboration together, and we hope that with all the approaches will improve the climate of entrepreneurship in Tunisia and favorably answer the demand of the entrepreneurs in terms of workforce and in terms of answers at the level of the facilitation of investment in Tunisia from a bureaucratic point of view. We work also on the improvement of soft skills and life skills of the youth to help them to be more confident and to highlight and valorize their skills, and to help them evolve in a positive way in the professional world, because if they master these skills, in soft skills, they can really bring an advantage, comparative advantage to their enterprise and allow their enterprise to be more competitive. We try also to review our offer regarding professional training in order to correspond to the needs of the market. We are about to organize 24th, 25th, 26th of June, starting from tomorrow, at the Park of Expositions of El Karam, the National Salon of Professional Training, which will unite all the actors, public and private actors of professional training. We organize in cooperation with UTK to try to attract the youth towards professional training. We do it in cooperation with UTK to say also that it's concrete. We will try to concentrate at the level of the offer of training, so compared to the real needs of the market and the real positions available at the level of employment. So these young people will be recruited later, interesting for them with perspectives of evolution. We'll try with the Ministry of Higher Education to work on the problem of opening pathways between professional training and higher education. I hope that we will find positive adequate outcome to this question, which will certainly convince the youth to be more oriented towards professional training, and all that we are doing is inscribed within this logic of improving the conditions and human resources in Tunisia to convince the maximum of enterprises to come and to be located in Tunisia. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre. Donc, vraiment.
Thank you so much, Mr. the Minister. So it was a clear presentation for the whole work for the government. So in order to encourage the employment of youth, so for the reconversion, vocational reconversion, soft skills, and so without any delays. So I'm giving the floor now to our Mrs. Hamdat Bayoussouf, who is specialized of education. He's had a project for the program of education and higher education for the MENA region for the World Bank. So welcome, Mrs. Hamdat. And Mrs. Hamdat, so it's also the vis-a-vis of the ministry. So in what comes to the project that Mr. the Minister decided, project on modernization of the higher education and enhancing the employability of the youth graduate. So it was a project that was initiated by the head of the government and which is at its end. And so what I can ask you a question, Mrs. Hamdat. So can you please show us the role of education and the role in this economical transition and the adaptation of the needs of the industrial tissue and the economy in general manner, and also how Tunisia, so you, as you are an observer, so how do you see the position of Tunisia so in this emerging sector? So the floor is yours, Mrs. Hamdet. Thank you very much, lady. Thank you very much. So, Mr. the Minister, so my colleagues, so in the panel, so in order to talk about the role of education in the transition of the economy, so the education, one of the instruments that so to enhance health and stability, and also in what comes to return and constitute so a great opportunity to guarantee so the equality of chances. So today, so the tendency, so as so the demographic, organization, so the also the and the nature, and in what comes to skills, and the tendency in what comes to autonomization, and the rapid progress and the fast progress, which is modifying so the tissue of the economy, so in what comes to the active population, so in order to ensure the system of the higher education, and so we need to have favorite skills and to prepare them so for the 21st century skills. So there are 4 things. So the first one, so to have partnership with this private sector, so in order, so what type of the programs, so depending on the market. So the second one is amelioration of the development of skills and the soft skills, and Mr. the Minister talked about the 4 C's and the centers of certification, so in the universities of Tunis. So the third one is to have results of diplomas, and the information, so in which comes the perspectives of employment, and so in the high schools, and also for the point of the positioning of Tunisia, so in the emerging sector. So Tunisia has an attractive context for potentials, and to have skilled people, skillful people, so to work in everyone. So so Tunisia is ranking second, so when it comes to employed women, and also which is and also for women having diplomas in engineering, mathematics, and for the employability skills. So for the graduates, so we have the 2 huge sectors. So I'm going to talk about 2 important sectors that are growing sectors. And working the employability. So the first one, so the digital economy. So in Tunisia, so the digital income, so it contributed to 7% of GDP, and Tunisia it have 7. So information ITO, so externalization of process of business, so R&D. And this is a market, so a great importance of delocalization in Tunisia. So about 300 companies, so they have investment in Tunisia, and more than employment. And we have about universities, so they are coming from the ICT. So the second sector, it's the green economy, so with the dimension and doing the necessary requirements, so for the countries, so for the green economy, and so to have the necessary approaches, so in order to eliminate so the strategical sector, so energetic, construction, transport, industry, and investment, and so for the point of the promise of projects. So this is a promise for a project with all the university. So we have the 400 programs. So with the different universities, we have the huge innovation in this program. So we have 3-4 things that I would like to present. The first thing, so to implement the system of prioritization studies. So this is for the university. So in order, so for the disciplines, so with the economy. The second one, so it's to implement the co-constructed program. So it's a program with so the industrials, and I would like to present so 2 examples with the co-constructed program. So we have the University of Sfax. So it's a program of consulting that was implemented with partners. So with so with GIZ, so SATES, Power Electric Service Company, and and also to form so experts so certified in photovoltaic energy. So second one, it's the higher school of communication of TUSA. So there we have co-constructed programs, so in cybersecurity, so with the National Agency for IT security. So this is so the observation of the program of promises, and we have also great potential for Tunisia to for the attractiveness of employability and the sector of nearshoring, and and also the digital economy. And I would like to thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. So now you presented so the variety of the actions and mainly the example, so precise, accurate examples of the partnership of universities with companies of so for co-construction of diplomas. Because the time is running, so I'm giving the floor to Mrs. Reem Said, so the General Manager of Valorization of Research, to present to us so the strategy of the Minister, so a relationship with the, so we have a presentation. So could you please display the presentation of Mrs. Reem Said, who will present the strategy of the Ministry, so in what comes to the aspects of innovation and valorization of and also the so on the technopoles also. Thank you so much, Mrs. Samia. So dear President, Mr. the President, Mr. the President. So I'm not going to present so only the scientific research, so in what comes to orientations, but the Ministry of Higher Education and so scientific research, how we work, so in orientation, linked to the investment, linked to the be open to the horizon, and also to the missions, so dedicated to the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research. So the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, so it has a mission, so 2 missions, so training, and scientific research, and so for the investment that the company is doing and our family, so it's our children, and which is leading us, so their children, so to help them to integrate the market and to go through so a phase of responsibility, and to be themselves so responsible for themselves, and also to integrate so the system of investment so with a willingly and unwillingly. So from this, so we had it was changed. So in what comes to vision, so these lectures, so we are so oriented with an opening so on the world and on the environment and on the society, the needs of the society, and also the needs of the industry and on the socio-economical world. So as Mr. the Minister so presented earlier, so we have done so many investments so in what comes to capacity building for our students in order to give them so the opportunity to have a fluidity in the predictive world, and also for the scientific research to have it a performance sector so and more tangible, so since that the scientific research is one of the major pillars in the economy of the country, and so in some countries so it is specific linked to the specificity of each region. So and for this transfer of connaissances, so they were declined in 6 or 7 points. So the funding, and which is the major pillar, which is favorizing and helping so the scientific research to be tangible, and also this funding, so they are oriented so towards a competitive funding, so in order to enhance so the research. So the second axe, so it's for the initiatives, so for innovation, and also so we have implementation of the intellectual and the outputs and the results of the research that are materialized, so they need to be used and exploited, so in and to be oriented towards so the exploitation, and we try also to maintain so the incubation and entrepreneurship of students, and in order to do this, so we put so structures of support for valorization, and also the ecosystem which is answering all these axes of of materialization of the ecosystem of Tunisia, so in technopoles. So the objectives of this funding, so and of programs and projects, so they are acted on projects that are worked and tackled so in collaborative manner with the companies, and they are answering so in what comes to research on development and innovation, so to the issues of the industrial issues, also to encourage so the new graduates to create their own startups based on the startups on the their end of studies projects, and also the transfer of the knowledge, and also so to have the progress, so whether they are economic or so all these program for that we are funding, so we are trying to fund the different programs, so in order to cover the whole chain of the technological maturity and the projects, so in which so the supporters of the project, so they are participating, and independently from the research programs, collaborative programs, so we are trying to implement concrete projects in collaboration with our partners, national and international, so in order to create startups like so Technoriat programs, and the ecosystem which is answering, so responding to this orientation, it's the technopoles, and it is so in Tunisia, so it's an ecosystem that was developed since 2005, so to cover so to all the regions of Tunisia. So the field of activities, so it's and also to enhance so the capacity of economy and develop their skills, technological skills. So we have now so 10 operational technopoles that we are covering the whole territory, and that they are covering also so the supporting sectors of Tunisia, and so the objective of this configuration of technopoles, so it is linked so training, so research and development, and also so the production component on industry in the same space in order to work together and support and favorize so the added value so in the treated value so in the technopoles. so the Tunisian ecosystem, so through the 10 technopoles, help to have many results, and Mr. Hisham will detail them some more, and which is important for us. So in the 10 technopoles, we have 4-in-1 training institutions, and also 13 centers of research, within the Ministry of Higher Education. So the part is busy superior of the technopoles. This will be detailed between the end, but we need to attract your attention that the investment within the technopoles today, so it is a big investment, so reparted between different departments and of many different ministries, and which is tackled in majority by the Ministry of Higher Education. So as you see, so for the investment today, at the Technopole, about 900 million dinars for the public sector. So this on 200 million. So for the management companies, and it will be developed for the companies. During 22-25, and for the results, mainly the animation of the network of partners, the clusters, entrepreneurship and forums. So these are the main missions that are linked to the Society of Technopoles. And in order to conclude, for the results, we are organizing periodically events in order to group all the partners, academic, startups, industrials, partners, federations. In order to present the results of different structures and different projects of valorization realized by our structures and Technopole. And the days in 2017 and 2019, days, we have also encounters between companies in different regions of the country, Sfax, Tunis, and also Sousse, where the technological poles are very developed, and also to pass down the know-how through our structures and through our students. This is the presentation of the valorization, and thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We move to Mr. Hisham Turki, who is the General Director of the Pole of Sousse, who will talk about the Technopole organizations and their performance, which has been introduced by Mrs. Syed. We have a presentation on the screen. Mr. Minister, dear colleagues, friends, I'm happy to be with you today to talk about technoparks. Mrs. Reem has already started to mention that. The technoparks are UTIVs. We are talking about ecosystems. We have the tool of the creation and the animation of this ecosystem. Really, we are here. It's an instrument to try to push the economy in Tunisia towards innovation and to encourage development and progress of the added value in all the activities. The technoparks are multiple. In all the domains of activities, we have specialized technoparks in microtechnics, as we did it in textiles, in Bizert, in agro-food industry. So we have technoparks specialized, and we have also multi-sectorial technoparks. How can we do this development of the ecosystem? Essentially by developing infrastructures, industrial and technological adapted infrastructures to meet the international needs of development by fiber optic, high debit lines, so infrastructures to meet the environmental needs. Investors today, they are looking for this kind of infrastructure so that they can invest. So last thing they asked me is to see whether there is radioactivity. So we are pushing very far the realization of these infrastructures to attract investors, whether local investors or international investors. And this attraction is done with much animation, innovation developed internally by our startups, so that we can show that we have the capacity at the level of innovation in Tunisia, which can interest investors, international investors, to come and here in Tunisia. We are here to try to animate our partnership network. So this network is created through many axes, like so the higher education axis. We cannot talk about technoparks, technopoles, if we do not have a very strong unit of higher education and scientific research. In this ecosystem, we have higher education and research. We have organizations for production and innovation. We have all these elements who are not used to work together, and this is our activity for us to create this dynamics among these words. Of course, so Reem talked about this card. So globally speaking, so we are present in all Tunisia from the north to the south, and the technoparks are everywhere existing, of course. So each one according to its domain of specialty. What is important is that we have developed an association, Technoparks Association, to try for the international promotion vis-a-vis the development of Tunisia. We can show more things. We created this association 2013 to promote development and innovation and political system in Tunisia. So you have seen this slide, but in reality this ecosystem is animated by the technoparks. Each one develops in its region and represents at the national level together. We have up till now developed and managed 370 hectares. What is important is that we have in the pipe more than 700 hectares that on which we are trying to work in order to attract more investors and to attract more enterprises. As you can see, there are 309 enterprises. So our hope is to be more important than that, with more than. So we have 350,000 jobs created. So if we can implement our program, we will end up by offering from 10,000 to 15,000 jobs to young graduates. Many international enterprises are trusting us, and they are part of our ecosystem, and they participated to one or two programs on which we worked. So we can see Actia, Value. So Actia is well implemented in SUS, and they will employ many engineers. So why they came to the Technopole? Because they have been already in our ecosystem. They worked with many Tunisian startups, and they have already worked with the engineer colleges. And they are confident in the quality of the Tunisian engineer and the quality of the Tunisian human resources, of course. So within the Innovation City framework, we have strategic partners with whom we work to develop all this ecosystem, and we have, in particular, we have technological partners which we can use and exploit, who work for us and work for the international enterprises which are here, and they develop for Tunisia and for the international. Up till now, we have succeeded in creating So a network of partnerships with many enterprises. What is important is that we have developed the Technoparks, the Association of Technoparks, which has developed many partnerships with higher education and notably with the 4C, so which you mentioned. So it is part of the ecosystem, and all this ecosystem works together in the same aim and same orientation. The Ministry of Industry, Ministry of Employment, Ministry of Higher Education are all in the same strategy with the orientation of the development and progress through innovation. Of course, we work also for the development of clusters. These clusters are always of regional or sectorial orientation, and up to today we developed 10. So this slide is a bit old. So we created 10 clusters in health, in pharmaceutical industry, in agro-food industry, and all these clusters. So they received international funds thanks to the World Bank or other fund sources, and we developed more than 40 projects. They are commercialized at the international level, not only at the local level. Of course, at the level of Technopoles, we work on collaborative programs, and we use so many programs developed at the Ministry of Industry or Higher Education with the program VRR 2020, which has been mentioned by Mr. Minister, Colibera, Mobidoc, and all other programs, existing ones. We have many startups which have been developed at the level of our Technopoles. In SUS, we have 70 startups. With all the ecosystem, we have more than 280 bearers of innovative programs. Coached by Technopoles. We try, of course, to guarantee all the chain from incubation to the fundraising. We work also with the Ministry of Industry on the development and the improvement of Tunisian industry. We developed 2 centers of competencies, 4.0, so that to push it towards innovation, we developed incubators, specialized incubators in Industry 4.0, so that this transformation will not be done through international calls, but to develop, technologically speaking, locally, to accompany this transformation of digitalization and to the transfer to Industry 4.0. We are developing on the other Technopoles centers of competencies which are sectorial for the Industry 4.0 at the level of pharmaceutical level and other sectors. You have heard Vivatech, all of you, and COS. You have heard at Kigali and the meetings on innovation. The Tunisian Association of Technoparks works to organize something in Tunisia similar. So in 2019 we started with a forum, the forum Collaborative Reform on Research and Collaboration. And we organized it in 2 editions to try to present all the local innovation, compared to international enterprises, and it was a real success because we succeeded to show and animate and bring with us more than 500 actors in research and innovation, and we presented 94 projects of research and innovation during this forum. So it has been stopped because of COVID. Otherwise, we will resume our forums so that it will become a reference like Vivatech and the other international saloons in innovation. We are developing in partnership with many actors, whether ministries or private enterprises, program on support for entrepreneurship. As we said, that we are the brand to realize all these programs. We work for a support program of entrepreneurship, and especially on the protection of intellectual property. And here we are trying to create association or a company to work on anything linked to the protection of innovation in this Technoriat program, which has been funded by Innovi, Expertise France, and the European Union. This is globally what we have developed, but what I want to tell you is that nothing so outweighs the startups to do this kind of job. I invite Ferit Kemel to present his experience at the level of Innovation City. I invited 2 other startups, which I don't see. So Ferit, you have the floor to talk about your experience. Thank you, Mr. Hisham. Hello, everybody. I introduce myself, Nabil Kemel. I am a startup and engineer. I started my adventure in development of resources. So I will talk about numbers and results. So we created in 2014, I'm the co-founder of Aviolar startup, which built 100% plane. And now we are having 49 planes, so produced 100% in Tunisia. 25 employers with the first prize of innovation competition in 2018. We created our startup first prize best startup, innovative startup in 2021. And we are at our 100 project. So on 4 continents with 16 engineers. The third startup we created, so it was a Technopark of Sousse. So the first prize IoT challenge specialized in artificial intelligence, and the second at the Arab level in Dubai in 2021. And all this thanks to this synergy. So we touched our first client, thanks to Mr. Hisham, but not only to Mr. Hisham. Indeed, Mr. Hisham, who helped us by bringing the client to our office. Leonie, Actia, the big giants of the network. And for that, I would like to thank you. To thank Technopark, and I insist to say that I encourage all startups to register to this ecosystem in partnership with the engineer colleges. We have a master's degree in Sousse, and the second one co-built with the Beaux-Arts Institute of Sousse. And thank you for this opportunity.
So what he hasn't said that the first prototype of aircraft, it was realized so at the INISO, so at the School of Engineering of Sousse. So Bassam is here, so he's here. So Bassam is another startup that has another level, and he will present to us what they are doing and how they benefited from the ecosystem. So good afternoon. My name is Bassam Ler. So mechatronic engineer from the School of Engineering of Sousse, and CEO and co-founder of the startup. We are specialized in equipment, innovating medical equipment. So we started in March 2020. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, and in our country, so now new difficulties. Very hard difficulties, and also a lack in medical equipment. So the School of Engineering of Sousse so in collaboration with Farhat Hashed Hospital of Sousse, so to build this respiration machine, and so we participated in it. So in presence of the Minister of Health and the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research in 2020. So and the Technopole of Sousse launched a challenge which is Save Tunisia Jaland, and we succeed to be among us successful teams, winning teams of this challenge, and this helped in develop our startup and launch the startup and to work on our project, and afterwards. So we create another TROPSAM, and we had the label Startup Acts, and we are working now in the Technopole of Sousse, and in 2021 we received some loans from a loan of a grant of $100,000, and we are working now on project of medical equipment. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bassam, how many are you now? So 5 engineers from different specialties, mechatronics, mechanics and hydraulics. And we are 7 in the team. So are you using the end of studies projects? So we regret that in 2020. So we integrated 8 interns with the end of studies projects. And this is which is helping the ecosystem to work with the new young engineers that are innovating in order to help in the development of employability. And also I invited another startup which is not here. So this startup is an innovative startup because they created another a device to treat cancer, and so it's something very exceptional. So they are not here. And I would like to thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Hisham, for this fresh air, and also the talents that you are developing, and this ecosystem which is exceptional of the Technopoles, and which is helping the encounters of the higher education research and the centers of R&D of companies. And I hope that this presentation will encourage other investors to join the Technopole. We have a variety which are reparted in the whole fields of industry. So now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Helmi Mardesi, the General Manager of UJP, of the European program. By the 19th of June, in the Tunisian Gazette, we had the immersion of Tunisia in this research program. So the floor is yours, Mr. Helmi. So we have a presentation. I think that we can display it. So thank you so much, Mr. the Minister. I'm very happy and pleased to be in front of a lot of talented people and also investors. Since we are talking about investment, and through the European program, the 9th one, in which we have access mainly is that the private sector it has access to it, and this is a message that I want to hand down. Because it's very important for this program, which is dedicated to the academic. It shows dedicated not only to academicians but also to the SMEs and the new startuppers. We are here to talk about the opportunities they are giving to the startups and the Tunisian SMEs, and I hope that some of some of them, so that Mr. Hisham talked about them, they will will succeed to access so this system, and I'm going to give you some examples of that. So what is so Europe Horizon? So it's the ninth European program of funding, so of research and innovation. So it's a program going from 2020 to 2027, and so it's of funding of $95.5 billion euros. So it's the most innovating program of research. So as you know, so we have four types of funding. So in these 95 billion, so you have excellency. So you have also the challenges, industrial challenges, so of health, so sicknesses, industry. So you have also and mainly, which is new, so the funding of innovation. And there is another aspect that I will talk to you about today, and I'm participate with the widening aspect. So it's the openness of the European space to the environment countries. As has been said by Mr. Minister and Mrs. Sharfi, so we have signed the agreement of the European Union and Tunisia. So since the earlier programs, so we have been the first country and African country to access this European program, because Tunisia, so it has many potentials, and also we have structured the research, and also because we are sharing the same values as Europe. So all these conditions, so together, so they showed that research and innovation, so they are accessing to European funding at the same title as the European vis-a-vis. So all the Tunisians, so they can, starting from us, to suggest a project and coordinated. And the one condition is to be competitive. And convinced that in Tunisia, we don't lack talents, and we have been the last program. So Tunisia registered the best results, better than Morocco, Algeria. So it's the first Arab country to attract the funds. But to say that we have a level of competitiveness that they have. The same tradition, but also we are better than the Balkan countries, like Georgia and Armenia, and this is something that we need to activate, and it's an honor to talk about this result, and this is an honor for the Tunisian research. So this conventions has been ratified on the date of the 17th of June. As you see, all the programs, when they go, the $95.5 billion, you have the pillars of excellency, the pillar of research, and the research which is published in the scientific magazine. So we have also a program of mobility of the new researchers, and also the second pillar in which we participated, and in the program, and even in this program, it's the program of the main challenges or major challenges, and we have the thematics that we talked about earlier, and which is constituting the priority of Tunisia: health, culture, creativity. You have the space, digital, agriculture. So these are the main challenges, and you know that more than 70% of the European funding in the framework of this program of Horizon Europe, they try to respond to two main objectives, which is the digitalization and the Green Pact. So all the activities that they are respecting, these and they go in the SDGs, they have an openness in front of the creators, and this is very important. And the new thing in this Horizon Europe, it's the pillar of innovation. So it's because Europe has been passed by the United States and the bloc of the Asian countries in terms of innovation, and and also to go into even innovation, so into the parliament, it's very fast. And in Europe, so there is a great lateness, and we can say also how, and this is we're talking about how we can have innovation. So it's recreating mechanism, and this is l'EIC. So for $13.6 billion euros. I'm sorry. So 13%, so dedicated to all the young talented that they have a product that will go to the market. And you know that the difficulty of the young researchers, it's the validates, so they need consequent funding, so before they going into the market. That's what the IC was created. As you know, so I don't know that some of you, they followed the news. So in the 17th of March 2021, so the decision makers, so they made the promotion of these smartphones. So among them, the French President Emmanuel Macron, because it's France which is chairing this initiative. And so here we are talking of innovation of rupture. So all what is able to put into the market something that will change things. So it can be, and I can show you this. So these are the objectives. They can be a higher degree with innovation, and to be in the risk, and also in innovation radically different. So it can be a product, a service, business model, so the things that are existing and in which you'll bring more, so in order that you can impose yourself in the market. So this is something very important. So do you see, so we have three lines of funding. So we have the Pathfinder, it's which is a clinic, so all the ideas, and when we see a potential, so can go to the market. So we are at the academic stage, and the stage as has been mentioned by the transformation level, so going from 1 to 3. So we have to also have transition. So it's the second type of funding. So for all that has to do with research. So from the first pillar, validate the prototypes, and to support future marketing and commercialization of the market. And the last thing, which is interesting us, interesting the private sector and the startup and SMEs, accelerator. So it's because you have a product, and because it's a product which is very linked to the market, so with Taylor enough and a 9, and we have a funding. So this is Tunisia high access. So all the Tunisian startups, so they have access to this. How you can access this funding? So you have 3 stages. So you'll start by a loan. So selection, and in which you can put your short proposal, 5 pages, and this is online. So afterwards, so you do a presentation, PowerPoint presentation. Afterwards, so you have a video of 3 minutes, and you upload this. The website funding and tenders of the European Union. So if it is go, so you'll be receive a go, so which is go for a full process, which is 70 pages, so in English, so in which you'll be taking all the cases, and so you'll be, and if really you are successful, and if you have an agreement from the European Commission, so saying that your product has a potential to access to the market. So you'll be audited, and here so you have been 4 assessors who experts so in your field. So they will assess and evaluate your project, and if you receive this go, so you have 2.5 million of euros, and so the if the young startups if they have this so funding, so they can get all this. So and also so the best thing, and if your project so can be so promoting so in the market, so the European Commission, so they will take of 5 million euros. So this is very important of the young people who has innovating ideas. So and within the Ministry of the Higher Education. So since we started working in Horizon Europe, so before even going to the Horizon, so which is helping us. So we worked in order to info sessions, so collective and individual coaching. So for 50 startups that responded positively to our call. So this is a support that the ministry is doing. So today we have 5 startups that received a go. One is doing a full proposal, and the others they will do it in October. So we can show that there is a potential because they have the agreement of the European Commission. So I'm citing Alien Dimension, Hauka. So for who are making cars for handicapped people. So you have Cure Bionics. So in the health sector, you have RoboCare that is working on the pest management. And then you have Ahomhem, which is a system of air filtration. So all these startups, they put the cape of quality, and they are very competitive, and they deserve our support. So in order to have models to be followed, in the future. So this is where we are, and I invite you to visit our site, Horizon Europe, and you'll have more details about us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So we have many talents. I hope we will have new ones and will be valorized by this program. Now we move to our last guest, Mr. Majid Boussafara, who is the head of head of enterprise, the only head of enterprise. So since 2008, he is CEO of the Group Talent. He is a center of development. So today they employ more than 600 engineers in the new technologies and working in favor of European clients. I will ask you the question, what is the recipe to obtain these 600 engineers in Tunisia? So it's very hard for us to keep them, whether engineers or doctors. So talent, so what is your recipe? And what are your relations with the university system? And what your enterprise can bring regarding the expectations of our young Tunisian engineers? Thank you. So at the beginning, I would like, Mr. Minister, dear colleagues, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'm happy on behalf of Talent, my testimony on this Tunisian site, why we invested, and we are happy to invest, and we will continue to invest, and how we developed ourselves since the beginning of our presence here in Tunisia. Before that, I will present you a video to answer all the questions, and then I go back in order to provide you with some information.
Les origines tunisiennes du président et fondateur de Talent, Mehdi Kouass, n'expliquent pas à elles seules le choix de la Tunisie pour accueillir le site nearshore de Talent. La Tunisie est une des premières puissances éducationnelles d'Afrique qui produit annuellement plus de 6 000 ingénieurs informatiques. C'est également le 30e pays à ratifier les conventions de protection des données personnelles, devançant ainsi plusieurs pays européens en matière de conformité GDPR. S'appuyant sur ses atouts, Talent a créé en 2008 Talent Tunisie, qui compte à fin 2021 près de 600 consultants organisés en offre miroir de ceux du groupe. Pour servir son ambition de doubler d'ici 2025, Talent Tunisie s'est doté de 2 sites de production d'une surface totale de 7500 m², localisés à 5 minutes de l'aéroport international de Tunis-Carthage. Ils sont aménagés en espaces de coworking et en plateaux privatifs et disposent de nombreux espaces de réunion et d'équipements digitaux facilitant le travail à distance. Par ailleurs, Talent Tunisie a développé un solide savoir-faire industriel se reposant sur une démarche d'amélioration continue en matière de qualité et de sécurité de l'information attestée par une certification ISO 9001 et ISO 27001. Talent Tunisie s'engage également depuis ses débuts pour une société plus ouverte et plus inclusive. Cet engagement se traduit entre autres par une politique de relations écoles qui a permis de nouer un partenariat fort avec les principales écoles d'ingénieurs en participant à leurs conseils scientifiques et en accueillant chaque année plus d'une centaine de stagiaires. Par la mise en place de Talent Academy, centre de formation innovant offrant des parcours de reconversion au métier du numérique à plus de 80 consultants par an, renforçant nos capacités de recrutement. Et par l'organisation de Talent Expo, qui booste à chaque édition de jeunes créateurs de la scène artistique tunisienne et leur donne une visibilité mondiale.
Thank you. Now let's move to the slide. Il attend les diapos là. In a few words, rapidly, Talent is an international group which sets up in favor of the clients. So a consulting bureau of innovation technology, 6,000 collaborators around the world, and 6 million euros of turnover. I'd like to say that the question how to keep Tunisian engineers, Talent has understood that to keep Tunisian engineers who are very talented and skilled ones, it is a very high competency to attract them. We decided to invest more in them. So investment is the answer to the keeping of resources. So we invested in the big technologies to suggest to our engineers interesting projects. Since our creation, we are in continuous progress, and as you mentioned that we have 6,000 collaborators around the world. The second answer is indeed we have created relations with the network of the engineer schools in partnership with 20 engineer schools. This year, for example, we have 240 PFE. We will employ about 80% of them, and the rest will leave us to prepare master's degrees or to continue their studies. If I am here is to testify on everything mentioned, and I participate to many programs on quality, and many things have been said on the Tunisian ecosystem. We have an investment situation, a site of a rare quality. My interest will be to hide it. But I'm confessing that you need to come to Tunisia and to invest here because the potentiality here is very important. Thanks to all these talents and these competencies which are here, and investment will allow them to be happy. I'm talking about my sector, which is like tea. But when we set up a Talent Academy to struggle against scarcity of resources, because we have progress which is important, or growth which is important at the level of resources, we set up Talent Academy with a startup called Akin Project. We set up a system of peer learning to allow young people to better acquire knowledge. With this Talent Academy, we converted engineers who are in electricity, genie civil, in other specialties. We converted them. So Talent provides 100 talent consultant every year. We have noticed that the quality of the engineers in other domains is of the same level. What we did in the IT, you can do in other sectors. To finish, I would like to say that we invest by bringing the big funds and talents on the Tunisian side. We have moved to higher stage to keep the best. We need to help them to realize their dream. So we contributed with innovation to set up a studio startup. The aim is to allow 10 PFEs to convert their end study projects into startup. I finish now by saying, the mic please. The mic please. كمل
So take advantage of this window to invest very quickly and rapidly. Maybe it would be more complex tomorrow. So there is an easy investment today. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Beja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beja. I think that you have largely valorized the Tunisia, the site Tunisia, and I think that the message to keep in mind is that you have demonstrated the attractiveness of this site in the field of the IT, but in reality I think that we have competences that are also available in all other domains. I will name CDC, but we will have a center of technological resources, of production of medicine. We will be developing the production center, vaccine center with ARN. So the domain of the pharmaceutical and the bio industry is a big, there is a potential for that in Tunisia. It's a domain that I master somehow. And of course, I will give the floor to the public if you have any questions. We are lagging behind, but probably we have more 5 or 10 minutes. So the floor is yours if you have any questions.
Merci. En assistant à ce panel,
by attending this,
les connaissances que j'ai,
with all the knowledge that I have personally of the field I am animating with a group of youth, of young people who are launching their startups. We have great potentialities. The technopoles I visited some technopoles. We can really make miracles. Unfortunately, the synergy that should exist does not exist. There have been a lot of paperwork, legislative hindrances which block this valorization, and that unfortunately make us it's as if we have like a Scottish shower. So it kind of hinders us, and you can find people, high-level people, very kind people, and they talk to you, but unfortunately they have, things that block. How, in the presence of all the ministers here, how can we create value and valorize this synergy? And thank you very much. So, Mr. Nasruddin, if you want to provide an answer. Thank you very much for this thought-provoking question. It starts with well identifying the problematic issues. We need to identify the problems and the challenges. When I went to see the young startups on different sites, I took a paper with me and I insisted on the identification of problems. It's true that we we try to reduce the paperwork, to work on the legislation, but we need also partners who work on the field because they would help us to better identify issues. Because today the government is more than ever ready. The head of the presidency of the government has already mentioned that we are very conscious of all these issues that we have already evoked, but we also count a lot on the actors on the field to be precise, so that they can identify what could be a hindrance to find this synergy, to allow these youth to undertake in the same conditions in the world, because our youth and our young entrepreneurs today, at one particular moment, they find out that the ecosystem, the legislation does not allow them to express themselves in the same conditions as elsewhere in the world, and somehow we push them to leave. We are boosting their departure, and so the good identification by the actors, by the youth, by the actors on the ground, by submitting some precise problems, we can really target these problems and try to find solutions to them, convenient solutions to them. Thank you very much.
Je voudrais juste dire un mot. Merci pour cette question très pertinente.
Thank you very much for this judicious question. You put your fingers on the problem. Not only you ask this question, we also ask the same question. You're not the only person. Our friends at the global level, they say that you are brilliantly classified in terms of scientific research. But when it comes to valorization, I don't really think that we are talking about the same country here. So what blocks, what hinders us? In that, I would say the texts that are not updated. When you look now, since a few months, every single week, the new texts which are submitted to the Council of the Ministers, because we are really conscious that there is a big issue, a real challenge in terms of texts, because the the state invest when we talk about technopoles. When we have 11 technopoles, that's not nothing. We have a certain number of research centers as well. We have more than 500 research structures. But as you have said it, we have potentialities. We should give them a favorable environment. The proof is that when they travel abroad, they excel. At least we are working, we will try to make sure that they excel here in their countries.
Moi, je vais continuer sur la note positive.
I think that I would continue on a positive note. The positive note.
Messieurs les ministres, vous êtes sur une pente galopante en ce moment. Ne vous arrêtez plus. Il faut absolument battre les barrières dont vous parliez à l'instant même. Vous avez la chance de la Tunisie aujourd'hui qui est dans un espace de révolution politique exceptionnel. Si on ne prend pas les décisions requises dans les délais les plus courts, avec un président qui est décidé à changer la face de l'histoire, on ratera le train. Et par conséquent, vous n'aurez plus de personnes dans la salle qui viendront critiquer. Il n'y aura pas de critique, mais il y aura des demandes d'amélioration. Dans cet espace discutionnel de positivité, je veux ajouter 2 éléments positifs. Monsieur le ministre, à un certain moment, un ministre de l'Emploi et de la formation professionnelle disait « Je ne suis pas là pour faire de l'emploi ». Vous êtes venu à votre poste et vous êtes en train de vous occuper de l'emploi, des différentes facettes. Il y en a une que vous devez, avec tous mes respects, rajouter, c'est la fameuse loi de la formation professionnelle par alternance. C'est une... J'ai oublié de vous dire que je suis un industriel dans l'industrie pharmaceutique et parapharmaceutique.